All right, I think
it's about to begin.
Yeah, it's about to begin. Let's just before this starts, let's take a look right behind us. We can see so many people, so many journalists are holding their cameras ready for that one spot.
Sure.
Let's wait for that shot, for the gunshot.
I'm so curious to see the gunshot and everybody starts. Oh my God, it's such a great scene.
Well, apparently, humans run so much faster than the robots. But we can see, how many of the participants are here today? We have
I think
about
for the traditional half marathon, there will be over 9,000 amateur runners. Sure, and for the robot runners, there would be about 21 teams.
So the first one was Tiangong. Yeah, let's tell our audience a little bit about the robots. The first runner was from Tiangong. It had kept a very, very good record from the previous preliminary test, as well as there was a session before for 5 kilometers. So that's why they got to run in the first place. And later on, the second one just began.
This is quite a bit tiny compared to the first one.
Yeah. This one is really tiny. We can see over there. So yeah, the 21 teams, the 21 participating robots are of different shapes, heights, and designs. Some adopted this, rather shorter design for more stability while compromising on their speed. But I have a really good feeling on N2 because I've seen their run before, and they had surpassed 2 other robots ahead of them for that 5-kilometer session.
Really?
And that's why they got to start at the second place today.
We'll see that about 3 hours later.
Yes. So yeah, speaking of 3 hours, the entire course for human normally takes about 2 hours to 2 hours and a half, depending on your gender and your ability. But for the robots, the best timing so far is still kept by Tiangong, which is Tiangong Ultra, this one, which is about 2 hours and, is it 2 hours? 2 hours and 52 minutes, that's right. Wow, good memory.
Thank you. I'm sensitive to numbers.
Yeah. Ooh, wonderful. Judge, would you like to tell us more about the course? The course, how many turns, how many...
Sure. As introduced, Shenzhen, there would be 21 kilometers in total for the urban circuit, and there will be ups and downs, and there will be curves and slopes, and also uneven surfaces. And I think this will be quite a challenge for those robots, even for our human beings who don't work out often, right? Like me.
And
just once.
You had one?
Yeah, once.
Well, that's good for you because I've never done it. I've also asked our colleagues who had run a marathon before, and our colleague Ziyuan, she is actually going to run the Beijing half marathon tomorrow. Let's cheer up for her as well.
Wow.
And she had kind of I learned this very special term called 5K pace, which stands for 5-minute kilometer pacing, meaning that she get to run for each kilometer she needs 5 minutes. So that's relatively actually I did a calculation that's perhaps very close to the robot's pacing. So again, for Tiangong, it can reach a maximum pacing of around 12 kilometers per hour. So I think the calculation or the pacing unit is a little bit different between robots and human runners.
Sure. It's really exhausting, for me, when I participated in the marathon, and I think it's. I really hope that they can finish all the journey and in a safe and sound way.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Speaking of safety, we need to introduce a little bit more about the robots runners are keep coming from behind us.
I noticed that they didn't start all
错，人形机器人的这个数据啊是非常重要。每一次的这个实地的这个场景的测试都是一次训练，甚至在过程中还会有摔倒啊，包括一些其他的情况出现，那么都是
Actually, we talk about the robots. Their data actually is very
也会进
important
一步的
because
优
we
化
talk about
我
that
们这
every
个下
time
一步的这
that
个
they
所有
could
人形机器
have
人的
like some
这样的一个
a
技术的研
performance.
发。
We could collect their running performance data, and also if they fall
这
down,
是
we
天
also
空
could collect that.
这是第一
Those
个起跑
data
的天
because
宫。
that's
现在
very meaningful. That will also for very long term that will be very conducive and meaningful for the engineers to carry out more work. And also you could see a boy actually accompanying with the robot. So that's the a leading person to lead the robot to run. And also here you could see that actually today you could see they not really that the humanoid, the robots, they are in different size, in a different design. And you could see right now, you could see this one shorter a lot compared to the previous a humanoid robot. So that is also we talk about it could not really make the really big huge stride. So for the humanoid marathon, of course, they are based on different technologies, based on different weight, height. We talk about this time a humanoid robot half marathon. All the robots actually also further modified for the purpose, for the marathon purpose. So you could see just now that robot that's around 120 centimeters, but still can make comparatively big strides. We talk about actually it's not that tall, so it could not make that big stride. But we talk about actually it's not really need to think in this way. In the typical sense, we talk about actually for a shorter robot could not run faster. Actually, it's not. You are looking at this is right now the very first group of runners. They are all the players or the runners competing for a half marathon. And we talk about this is the Beijing Yichang half marathon and a humanoid robot half marathon. And we also have the runners from home and abroad. So you could see that for different robots, they have a different a starting pose, and they also made some a warm up. And right now, this could be, I believe, the seventh team. So you're looking at this seventh humanoid robot. We can tell it's a little bit nervous. For the robots this time, we talk about for different robots. Actually, these are further modified or further designed for this purpose, for marathon purpose. So they actually redesigned, redeveloped for this purpose. And also yesterday, quite late evening, we'll still see the people here that's working for the final preparation. We talk about actually this is not really designed for the purpose of running marathon. So that is why they really spend a lot of time to redefine, to modify the details. And also yesterday we talk about the very late night, they still debug the robot. We talk about that some the robots that's a human being and a machine interaction, and some for the other purpose. So that is why we talk about this time, a humanoid robot half marathon, also a time or provide a platform to verify a performance of the robots, how they sense the environment, and also how they calculate the data they collect. And also you are watching, these are runners from Ethiopia. And for the domestic best record right now, it's about 1 hour. For international record, so 1 hour and 2 minutes. So for the domestic best record, that's around 1 hour and 5 minutes. So for this time, we're quite focused on that human players and their performance and results. So judging from the speed, at least from right now, we could tell actually the humanoid speed, absolute speed cannot compete. Human can't. But we talk about, like you're looking at this robot, so 120 meters height. And we talk about sometimes that it's easier for a human being to do something than it's quite hard for a robot to do. But sometimes we talk about it's quite easier for a robot to do like go, right? That's easier for the robots, but not that easy for a human being. And this is also another robot, that's a self-developed robot for this team. And we talk about this team are quite young. That's the people in this team were born after 1990s. Well, how many teams? We talk about how many humanoid robot teams participated this year's half marathon. So this year we gathered 20 robots to engage in this year's team, and they from Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei province, and also from the Yangtze River Delta, and also from the Greater Bay Area as well. And we have engineers, and also we have that is university students, and also that's research institutes, and also the companies. We talk about this as an open cooperative platform. That's also a very nice platform for communication exchange. So once again, this is Yitan, a half marathon. That's also the very first humanoid robot half marathon. So that the participants, they could really talk to each other, to share their experience. So during the preparation, especially to the marathon phase, they talk about they could have that further opportunity for cooperation. So maybe next year we could see that two robots next year, they could be merged into one. Because we talk about this is the world's very, very first humanoid robot half marathon. So we talk about it's a big challenge for the amateur runners, but also it's a big challenge for robots. We talk about their debut. And this stage, that's a big win for all the robots. We talk about that they show their present here. That's a big triumph. And if they even could finish the whole race, the whole half marathon, they are heroes. So at this moment, we all talk about that we could run faster, we could perform stronger and better. For this year's half marathon event, is the very first time to embrace humanoid robots to join, and we believe that's also a very good opportunity for the whole robotic industry to showcase what they have. Right now, we're also looking at female runners as well. Still, we are looking at the first group of the runners. So we could see that's the on the left-hand side. That's from a Guangdong team. And right now you're looking at this is one robot surpassing the other one. You could see the shorter robots that could even perform better results, could run even faster. So we talk about that we, of course, more or less have seen many marathon games, but this is the very, very first time we see robots, we see humanoid robots actually on the road for half marathon. Of course, you could not really bring the same rules to human being marathon runners and to the robots. So a little bit, let's look at the whole route. So here we show our viewers a big map. We're starting from the Nanhai Park. So you could see that we will surpass make a circle around that park. And then we get directly to the avenues, and then we will see the very beautiful flowers blossoming along the road, and then we make a big turn there and to go through that the immediate centers, and then we also to that the JD headquarters, and also to the end. So that ending point is also that E-Town's that economic and technological zone. So actually the whole routes can also give our viewers more or less the sense that the key landmarks of the E-Town. And also the route, we also talk about that there will be also a part that the need to cross that the light rail. So for human being, it's quite easy for us to do that. But for humanoid, we should wait and see how they deal with these difficulties. We talk about later on if that we talk about the humanoid robots, if enter to the mass production phase, then they need to have that certain capability, for example, to get over that the barriers, so that as to overcome the obstacles. That's also part of that the challenge this time. We talk about today. There's no big the climbing, so no big slope terrain, and also the weather here today is very helping. It's quite cool today, so we hope that our human runners could also to make new records to show their best results. And also we talk about for humanoid, actually we talk about the climbing. It's not a big deal for them. And for that, the uphill, downhill, or upslope, downslope. Right now for the robotics technologies actually also have their solutions to deal with that. So we talk about actually for the humanoid robot, actually a lot of things we prepare for this year that also should be upgraded or totally changed for next year, because we know technology also actually evolved so fast. Right now we're looking at it's around 19 minutes and 17 seconds. Right now for a male it's around 6.5 kilometers, and for female runners right now it's around 5.8 kilometers. So you're looking at this is the first group of runners. And we're looking at this is the invited runners, and also for the amateur this year for the half marathon also gathered around 9,000 amateur runners, and they also divided into 3 zones, zone A, B, and C, based on their self-claimed result. And also we talk to the runners, they talk about they quite love this kind of weather. It not rain now, but we talk about it's a little bit slippery. And also we talk about it's a very, very chill weather. But for the robots, we talk about if weather increase so fast, then that could be a negative impact to robots, because we talk about that could really impact parts inside the robots. Yes, indeed, we talk about that temperature actually also important to the performance of a humanoid robot. We talk about long distance running, that self-heating actually also is part of the key indicators judging the robot's performance. We talk about that heating especially happened in joints for robots, and we talk about that also the different robotic teams also think about how to deal with that. But we talk about still this year we're looking at that participated the humanoid robots. They are not specially designed for marathon, but they also made certain modification for running long distance. So we talk about that this marathon also actually raised that challenge, raised the questions to the robotic teams, let them to figure all these questions out. centimeters high and around 52 kilogram. And looking at and a lot of people also accompanying the robots, and they're also using their phones to taking pictures.
电视转播的同时呢，也可以关注我们小屏端新媒体端的比赛转播情况，会在央视体育和央视频上，我们会有单独机器人的比赛情况我们会有多路直播线路为您呈现这场比赛，进一步的让大家去满足很多的观众的好奇心。
We'll talk about the starting point. We're still looking at this year. We have around 20 robots, so we still have the robots waiting at the starting line to start, and the interval between robots that's around 1 minute. And this is CA Beijing's, and also the world's very first humanoid robot half marathon. Looking at this is N2, that's around 120 centimeters height, and the weight that's around 30 kilograms. And we're looking at the robots. You're looking at this is not that tall, but you're looking at is make very strong strides. And also looking at this is another robot. This is Tiangong, and Tiangong is around 180 centimeter height and 52 kilogram in weight. So heavier weight. Also have that CA more difficult to operate. So we also would like to expect their performance, but still, we talk about right now the terrain is still very flat. But later on for the second half of the marathon, we talk about they will experience some uphill, downhill, and we talk about it's rained yesterday, so the surface of the road very sleepy. That's also another big challenge for the robots. And also for anti-slippery purpose, we knew that robotics team also put on the special layers on the foot of the robots. So looking at that DA robots, another one right now standing at the starting line. And this year we talk about the robotics from the companies, also from universities, also the robotic teams, also from the research institute. We talk about, yes, long the distance running is the biggest challenge to robots, but that's also actually a good time to testify a lot of different functions, performance of the robots. We talk about it's not that easy. You just actually have a operational system and let them run. It's not that easy. So it's a time to really test, examine the technologies, and also actually it's posed a higher requirement. The organization of the event and also the rules of the event. For humanoid robots, half marathon, it's a very good platform to test the robot's performance, and also actually it's a good performance to test their DA general performance. We talk about that DA participants, we talk about robots. Actually, they design for different purpose, and some for DA general purpose, some designed actually for DA language, for that DA human being and the robotic interaction. So we talk about we should give a bigger plot to the ODA robotic firms. We know it's not an easy task for them. And we talk about for robots participating this year, you could see and they in different height and different weight, different size. And in different operation mode. And also we could hear actually people, they cheer up for robots. And right now you're looking at, this is Team EAI, and the robots around 170 centimeters. We talk about the amateur runners. They also very care about their running results, but still we're looking at they getting their phones and taking photos of the robotic runners. Each and every robot we talk about, the A team actually looking at this like their parents accompanying their kid for the very first time, participating in big events. We talk about still that they are waiting, a lot of things waiting for them to explore, like say, more that application scenarios, and also to make breakthroughs in core technologies in key fields. Looking at this, another robot, 170 centimeters in height and 30 kilograms in weight. And the speed, average speed, around that 5.76 kilometers per hour. And this is not the average speed, that's the maximum speed. And also for this robot, also actually test that they will not charge throughout the whole course to really test the duration of a battery in order to develop a higher efficiency robot. So for this robot, it's famous for running that long hours, a long distance. It's around before that 100 kilometers without charging. Right now it's around the 34 minutes and 48 seconds. And for male, they already run 11.74 kilometers. And for female runners, the leading group already run 10.53 kilometers. And we talk about this is the E-Town, so that's along the route you will see that's the headquarters of, let's say, JD.com. You're looking at, this is a very beautiful flower blossoming along the route. That's the Polonia flowers. And also we talk about for E-Town is also a very famous place to gather that world well-known technological companies. And looking at here, this is a supply depot or supply station for robots. So this is right now, I believe that's 5 kilometers. So that at the 5 kilometers, that the robots, they have their very first supply. So we talk about for robots, actually, you could see they either, like, say, change their batteries, recharge. So this is the supply station for robots. So same as the human being runners, we know that they have their supply along the route, but also here looking at the robots, they also have this supply station. So either that, say, for different companies, they have different ways to give supply to the robots. So either that you're looking at this one, Tiankong, is hanging up. So it's like F1, right? So they also need to get back to the maintenance station to change the tires. So for some robots, they also plug in and out the batteries to charge. We talk about for supply station that sometimes we talk about the robots need to turn off and then get charged and then turn on again to back to the lane to the race. And also for some robots right now, they actually do not need to shut down to get charged. They can get charged while still running the race. And looking at this is 120 centimeter in height. It's like a little boy, but you're looking at still, judging from this angle, it's quite fast. And also looking at this robot wearing a pair of sneakers, running shoes. So this is really human-like, right? So for the robot, you're looking at that N2, that the maximum running speed, that's around 8.28 kilometers per hour. So for robots, let's say if we, right now park the charging issues, so which means that robot can maintain the same speed all the time. So that's also a quite good side or positive side of the robotic runners. And right now you're looking at Tiangong. This is 180 centimeters in height and 52 kilograms in weight. The maximum running speed, that's around 8 to 10 kilometers per hour. Right now for Tiangong, already finished the 1.07 kilometers distance. We talk about Tiangong is also one of the key giant robots among all the robotic runners today. I believe Tiangong is the tallest runner this year. And we think about a human being. That the taller guy, the taller runner, of course, that consume more energy. Same for robots. And we talk about one thing we need to take into consideration for robots is that the efficiency of battery is like the new energy vehicle. So for the robotic runners, they need to think about how they could run in their most efficient mode. So looking at N2, just 120 meters in height. But we're looking at one thing different compared to Tiangong is that there's no parents around, right? So actually, the N2 is running in a very stable manner. And also still we talk about for different robots, they have different reliability or the stability. So for the heavier robots, if they fall down, then that could be the huge impact to the machine, to the robot itself. But for the lighter weight robots, so that could not have a big impact if they fall down. That is why you could see that for N2, that just 120 centimeter in height, not really have parents around to accompany, so that which means that the robotic firms people not really worried if that the robotic fall down to the ground. And we talk about today's weather is very helping. The runners could really also make their best performance this year today. The weather is very cool. And we talk about the original schedule for the half marathon actually was last Saturday, but back then, last Saturday is a big gale, it's a huge wind, the very terrible weather last week. So in order to protect the OD participants, the human being runners, and also the robots, so the organizer moved the marathon to this week. So we also have this very nice weather today. So you can see along the routes, a lot of people actually also gather here to cheer up for robots. So right now, the Tiangong, right now we are sitting from this angle. This is like a shuttle bus, like a very small bus actually for each team. So they have this kind of like a maintenance shuttle bus for each team. Right now you're looking at this is Tiangong. Tiangong is still running first among all the robots. We talk about for DA robots, they have their joint, and based on their design purpose, they actually have different joints, and also for DA different joints, they also have the basic parts. So we talk about the electrical machinery and the cushioners. So a lot of different parts coming together to make that joint for the robot. So that's also determine the robot's performance. And we talk about just back then, the Tiangong robot actually entered that the maintenance station, or we talk about the supply station, to really check the joints, the performance, the parts inside the joint, because we talk about that for a single detail that could impact the whole performance of the robot. You could see from this angle on the right-hand side, that's the amateur runners. On the left-hand side, that's the participants. We talk about that the audience, the spectators, cheer up for both the robotics and also the human being runners. Looking at this is Tiangong. Right now it's running at the very front line among all the robots. And also let us show our viewers another robot. And once again, you're looking at, this is CA from CGTN New Media. We bring you live in Beijing. And Beijing right now is hosting the world's first humanoid robot half marathon. And this year we talk about we have around 20 robots actually participating in this year's half marathon. And right now we believe all the robots all departed. And for each team, actually, that's allowed 3 people to accompany the robot. And also, for each team, we also equipped a shuttle bus or a vehicle for the robots. So looking at this is nickname called the Little Giant, just 75 centimeter in height and a key 10 kilometers in weight. And also we have that Mr. Zhang with us from university. Good morning. My name is Zhang Hua from the Technological University. So in this team, I basically in charge of designing the system of the robotics. So for this robot, March 3rd, we heard that the news of this half marathon, and we decided to participate in this game. So that is why we also call this robot 306. But still, back then, in March, we did not have this robot. So we actually organized a team that's a cross-disciplinary the team. So we have a systematic structure design team, the apparel design team, and also the resources team, and also for the algorithm people also join the team. So it's a very little tiny robot. So just a 75 centimeter in height and 10 kilometers in the kilograms in weight. Speed is around 2.2 kilometers per hour. So we talk about not really a big stride, just around 10 to 20 centimeters, but still you could see it's very stable. So for the strides, actually, it's we trained the machine by self-learning, and not really make quite the big strides or to walk at a faster speed, but it's very stable. So it's very cute and also humanoid. It's like the very little baby young kids. So we also actually follow that lightweight design. So we make the upper body lighter so that can also to facilitate people to better control the a bottom.
它个头不高，它反而重心低，是不是也不容易摔倒？
对，是这样的，您说的非常对。
它即便摔了，它也不怕摔，因为其实我们刚才在
So you're looking at actually that's the a weight of the center of the gravity is quite low, so we do not really worry about falling down.
刚刚在最开始展示的时候，有一些那个消耗过多了，然后跟今天的气温也有一点关系。
And it's also we talk about the temperature,
冒烟的情况。
also a big impact. So right now we also need to check.
属于要给它散散热吗？现在是需要换电是吗？
We need to change or need to recharge. So we need to right now to look at. I believe right now we need to recharge, change the battery because we see a little bit smoke coming out of the robot.
也是正常的情况啊。刚刚我们介绍一下，就是现在，哎，它还在走，它还在走。
We talk about it's normal because for each team we have that the supply station for the robots and we also have actually the a backup. You're looking at we have backup, a vehicle. So we talk about for the each team we also have one vehicle for each team, so they also can either recharge and also at the a station or that if they have the issues they also could actually use the a backup robot as well. Still, we talk about it's like the a baby just learned walking and running. They still need to actually get used to all these
就像我们
in order to walk and run better.
一样啊，我们原先叫北京电子科技职业学院，现在叫北京科技职业大学。我们的小巨人呢，也是它有一个发展的过程，我们要尊重。
Still, we talk about we need to follow that the a pattern. For robots, we talk about it's a learning curve.
就是我们从这个最开始决定要参加这个比赛。
So when we decided to participate in this year's half marathon, and for the machinery design, I will talk from my side. So we need to first give that the a design ahead of the other team. So we spent around 1 to 2 weeks to produce our protocols. So we also modified the 4 times. Right now you're looking at this is after 4 rounds of the iteration.
这个现在小巨人的脑袋是我们3D 打印的一个。
And also looking at the head, that's the made of the A3D printing material.
也经过了多轮反复的讨论，因为我们是一个
And we discussed for so many rounds.
创造力的一个团队。因为我们
For our team is very creative. We talk about it. We actually is a very young team.
那个学校或者说我们在
So in
食堂的时候，
campus or even in cafeteria, we always talk together that we would like to have that the shape of the hat and what's the whole that shape, feel, touch
然后就用眼睛加了2个屏幕之后，
of the robots.
画龙点睛的作用啊。
对，我们可以看到现场的
And we
热情的观众朋友们对小
also have the spectators actually they also run to accompany
对着小巨人拍也是，你们要不要给小巨
the
人
a
加
little giant. The little giant is very adorable, very
然后
cute.
刚才也说到，就是说，其实每个机器人呢，它都
We
配备了
talk
一个
about
保障
each
周的一个
robot. We
保
have
障
this
大多数的
the
其他
a
的
truck
团队的机器
and
人呢都
also
是把它们备用的
the
机
a
器人放在
vehicles
床
and
上
also
但
the
是因为
a
我们的小巨人个头非
that
常小，非
little
常的灵
vehicles.
活，
So
所
for
以我们
each
在
team,
场
and we make
把他
sure
们
that
替补的选手报到了我们的摆渡车上，所以我们也可以
we also
近距
have
离
that
地
the
看一
a
下我们小巨
backup.
人的一
So
些
we
设
have a
备，然后
backup
也请张老师来给我们介绍一下
with
小
us.
巧思。
观众朋友们，大家好啊！这个是我们那个本次参赛的替补选手。我们
So you're looking at that this is the a
一个阵容。然后我们这4个
backup. We have 4 robots actually. We bring 4. So right now you're looking at one here.
紫色结合的一个元素。我们这儿在摆渡车上的这位替
And for the backup player is a silver plus blue. So that's also that a color representing my school. So the design actually is also from a school of arts. They help us to design the whole outlook. So you could see we have a zipper here. That's also easier for us to do the maintenance work. Also, we designed a very futuristic height. And also a little bit to back up a backpack. And also actually you can open it. So it's easier for us to do the operation. So we talk about it's very easier to really get on and off. The clothes actually we prepared 4 clothes. So we talk about actually they have a different design theme. So for these 2 design, it's more futuristic design. And also for the other 2, that apparel, the clothes is more within that the China's traditional culture design elements that will be shown at the ending point. So we talk about a whole team behind the Little Giant. So we talk about this is a multidisciplinary team. So we talk about it's a team of faculty and students. So as the only that's the Polytech University in Yichang, we also would really like to leverage the advantages here. So looking at this is, we talk about besides that the runners, also we talk about that volunteers this time for the half marathon. That's also come from our Polytech University in Yichang. I believe that this is a very good opportunity actually to let our students to so close to really show that the muscles we have, and also it's a very good opportunity for us to really to experience the real world test, right? So any goals you set for this time? So we talk about for the whole race, actually the official door closing time that's around that it's 3.5 hours. So for us, we also set that we could run actually 10 kilometers. The goal for next year, that's 12 kilometers. We talk about for 21 kilometers, it's not that possible this year at least to finish that whole course. But we know that it could be possible, maybe next year. We talk about the whole course that's around 21.0975 kilometers. So our expectation going forward, we would like to develop Little Giant. That could perform the accompany care service. So we talk about it. Actually, we designed and also equipped with that interactive functions so that the robots actually can wave and also could really perform the language, the functions. So we talk about that it may be future that the Little Giant could be one of our family members. So to develop this kind of robot, what are the key milestones or the key phases? So we talk about the robots. It's a really cross-discipline, multi-discipline, involved design work. So we talk about control, we talk about the algorithm, we talk about the machinery, technologies, electronic machinery technologies. So I previously a designer for drone. So to design robot or design a drone actually is quite something similar. It's actually involved a lot of knowledge from different discipline. So we talk about for robots, they have that a different mechanical structure. And for us, because we would like to make it very lightweight for its upper body, so we also use 3D printing materials. So for 3D materials, that's very lightweight and also very easy for us to make that modification, iteration. And also, in order to make that robot more the giant and flexible, and we also to use that both that soft and hard materials. We talk about we add rubber to the joint. So it's like a rubber is like the cushioning absorber. So actually to absorb that impact from the ground. And we also add another layer of rubber at the bottom of the foot, right? So we talk about looking at the other robots. They also put on the sneakers to the foot of the robots. So we not really found the shoes for the robot, but we add another layer of rubber to the foot of a little giant. So that's good for the shock absorption. So we talk about how little giant learn. So for the motion control, to put it in very simple language, based on the algorithm, we predict the next move status of the robot and make decision ahead of the curve. So we talk about need to actually stop right now, and we also predict because it's still running and suddenly stop. We need to control that the status of the robot in order to not falling down because of the inertia. So that's also a part of our design control system. And for the half marathon is still going on. We talk about this year we have around 20 robots participating in this year's humanoid robot half marathon. So we are right now back to the shuttle vehicle, and we are right now just next to the Tiangong, and this is the working shuttle vehicle for Tiangong team. Right now it's already 1 hour. Right now you can see there's 1 hour and 3 minutes of 50 seconds. And for Tiangong, as the recharge at 5 kilometers supply station. Right now you could see still Tiangong running at front position. the whole course that's around 21.0975 kilometers. And we will also go through that the landmark of Yitan. And also for the terrain this year, actually we will also experience quite a flat surface, but also some uphill. So the maximum slope, that's around 9 degrees. So looking at spectators, they not just cheer up for human being runners, they also cheer up for robots as well. We talk about this is the world's very first humanoid robots half marathon. This is also a historic moment for everyone. For robots, so that's also a big task for their systems. If they go, let's say that's a turning, make turns, or going up the hills and down hills. So how the machines to equipped, and we talk about we have around 6 left turns throughout the whole course. So you could see that here on the left-hand side for Tiangong, very soon it will make a left turn. For Tiangong, as followed, that's the guide we talk about. We have 2 kinds of that. The forward mode. So one that could be controlled by the robots, the guided by the human being runners, and so they have like the control that the paddle and the hand of the people around the robots. Another mode is like Tiangong, follow that the leading runner. So you could see this make a 90-degree left turns. You could see Tiangong also make a left turn. Very stable, smooth left turn. No big difference compared to human being making left turns. Right now we enter into a bridge phase. That's also another landmark of Yitan. The both sides of the bridge, there are a large number of spectators here. So you can see that people actually are also waiting to record this historical moment. Right now, Tiangong robot entering to the Wenbo Bridge. This is a very a landmark place here in Yitan. We talk about just now the Tiangong robots just finished the test of making a left turn. Right now it's uphill. I believe that you could see it's not a big deal for Tiangong robot. And later on, that's also be another test for the joints and parts of a Tiangong robots, because later on need to perform a downhill task. So you could see that the amateur runners so also heard from the walkie-talkie that the Tiangong team also talk about that the road is a little bit slippery. So we talk about rain yesterday in Beijing. So we talk about that could be additional difficulty opposed to robots. So you could see it's uphill, downhill, no big problem for Tiangong robot. We also heard from the walkie-talkie that should pay special attention to the terrain, the surface. So we talk about you're looking at the two vehicles. We talk about that for each team, they have two vehicles. So for the first vehicle, it's like a shuttle bus. That's also we talk about on that bus, you have that backup robots and also that home maintenance team also on board. We talk about for Tiangong right now also follow the guiding runner. Right now, that's the race time is around 1 hour and 9 minutes. Tiangong still run right now in the first position among the robotic runners. And we talk about robots, they also need to get recharged or change the battery. So for each team, that's also part of that their tactic or the strategies, how they should really recharge or change the battery of the robots. So we talk about that Tiangong robot not really change or recharge at the very first supply station. So we talk about the first station at around 2.5 kilometers. So Tiangong only entered that the supply station at 5 kilograms. We heard that Tiangong will enter to the second supply station at 10 kilometers. So we talk about that there are around 10 supply stations. So after 10 kilometers, there are still another 4 additional at the supply stations. So we talk about the whole team. Actually, they change the battery so fast. We know they actually rehearsal for so many times. They need to make sure that they actually to really buy more time for the robots. In a supply station, they actually, we know that the fastest speed to change the battery, that's around 1 minute. So we talk about in the supply station, so the robots just got changed for the battery or recharged, and also that the whole team to check the details of the joints of the robots. So we talk about the rules for the robots. So we talk about that the time for changing battery or to get recharged, that also will be the time also included in their competition results. And we talk about that the closing time for the robots previously is 3.5 hours. Right now, it's also to the 4 hours. So you're looking at, we talk about that the time for get change the battery or the get recharge, that time all included in their final results. No matter that the either is charged in the supply station or on the route. So all that time included. Right now we see that Tiangong, that the maintenance truck could see that the vehicles right now is stopped next to the Tiangong robot. We don't know whether we need to get a new robot to get a backup. So you can see right now this is the 10 kilometers supply station. So we talk about the previously rehearsal at the 10 kilometers. Actually, Tiangong robot changed to the backup robot. Because that at the rehearsal, I see a screw on the leg actually fall off. That is why the rehearsal phase that they changed to the backup. But right now you could see actually they not really need the backup robots this time. And we could see actually they just changed the new battery. We talk about the OD's work actually is the time include in their final results. So we talk about they need to get a new battery, and they also check the joints and the little details of the robots. And we talk about compared to the time, the 5-kilometer supply station, this time is also faster. So we also heard from the walkie-talkie. Right now, that's the team actually is looking at all the indicators, make sure there's everything fine. And they will give a green light to Tiangong robots to continue the race to the event. We talk about the maintenance vehicles actually stopped. We talk about that could be a moment to change to the backup, but still we're looking at right now so far so good. So they do not need to change to the backup Tiangong robot. So right now we're waiting for the final call to make sure that the team confirmed everything goes well. So it could that the Tiangong to continue the game. So right now we hear that okay. And right now that's the finish of the battery change. And we could see right now it's around 1 minute and 10 seconds. So the judge just told us that the time for the battery change, they just actually cost 1 minute and 10 seconds, at 40 seconds faster than the first battery change at 5-kilometer supply station for Tiangong robots. We talk about they save 40 seconds this time at the second supply station. So we talk about right now, this is supply station at 10 kilometers. And this is the second time for Tiangong robot to change the battery. Right now the time is 1 hour 16 minutes, 18 seconds, 19 seconds. Right now Tiangong still maintain its leading position among all the robots. And we will continue to watch closely the performance of the robots. So we also would like to bring another angle for our viewers. So right now we are back to the 5 kilometers supply station. Besides Tiangong, we also have that N2, also that's the other robots. I believe that's around 7 or 7. The robots already passed the 5-kilometer supply station. Actually, I can tell you that actually the battery change actually very, very fast. For Tiangong at the 5 kilometers supply station, they use around 2 minutes. So according to my knowledge, for Tiangong, they also upgrade to the Ultra edition. So it's a lighter weight metal material and structure, and also they upgrade the algorithm in order to that fit in the running mode. So they also to upgrade that the motion algorithm. And we also just also saw that the Kuafu robot. So they also installed that the fans at the back of the robot. So we also talk about that besides that the cooling or the ventilation fans at the back. Also Kuafu also to add 2 batteries at the lower back. So within 1 minute, they can just change the one out of that 2 batteries. We talk about not all the robots get new battery at 5 kilometer supply station, especially we talk about the little giant, we talk about that the shorter robot, so they not really get any changes. They get the new battery at 5 kilometers supply station, and also we talk about that for the
And 19 minutes exactly, or about 20 minutes, I'm on site for this half marathon between humans and humanoids. First humanoids has already passed this 10-kilometer halfway, and we're waiting for the second humanoid to pass this halfway checkpoint. And many runners, I mean human being runners, are still trying to catch up before the closing time. Closing time is 9 o'clock in the morning, and we are already at 8:51. 9 minutes. Yeah. Go. So you can see that there's a checkpoint for the humanoids halfway. Some robots will change their batteries if they're running out of energy. Just now, one humanoid just passed by. They changed the battery for the humanoid, and many runners, human being runners, stopped by to watch. Go. Today's weather is cloudy. It's not very hot, so it's a very nice weather for people to run. It's also good weather for robots to run, I think. At the starting point, we were very excited to see about 20 China locally made humanoids to start the running from the starting point, together with about 10,000 human runners. It's halfway through. Many of them are getting tired. But actually, they run much faster than the humanoids. Humanoids run a bit slow. Many of them run at a speed of about 5 kilometers an hour. The fastest one run at 10 kilometers an hour. Already passed this midpoint checkpoint. 是的，第一个机器人已经过去了。多少分钟？1分10左右。1小时10分。And we're still waiting for the second humanoid to pass the middle way checkpoint, the 10-kilometer checkpoint. As far as we can know, that about 10 China domestically made humanoids at different sizes, male, female, small boys. They started this half marathon running at 7:30 this morning. Many of them are waving to us. So, I mean, Chinese people are gradually, becoming very addicted to marathon these years, and half marathon for humanoid are also a very good way to test their agility, for their bearings, for their legs, for their batteries. I mean, this is a way to show that China's... Okay, there's a checkpoints for them. Let's have a look. I need some water myself. So after starting at the starting point this morning, me and my colleague, my cameraman, was cycling all the way through to this 10-kilo midpoint. We see these runners very enthusiastic. 快关门了，加油！加油！加油！快了，后面的就加油，后面的就要关门了。尖叫，起码水杯扔到罚金池。应该还有一个机器人能跑过来。 We're still waiting for the second humanoid to reach the 10-kilometer checkpoint. As far as we know, there are about 20 Chinese-made humanoids starting at the checkpoint this morning. And I guess about half of them will reach the 10-kilometer checkpoint. Are you recording this in your machine, right? Okay, that's good. So many of them may only run 5 kilo, 7 kilo, but it doesn't matter. It's a good way to test their agility, to test their mechanics, to test their energy, power system. Many people are very enthusiastic in watching the humanoids. Okay, it's only about 5 minutes to go before they close at the midpoint. Only 5 minutes to go before they close at 9 o'clock. Never mind, humanoids, as long as they can finish the run, or they can maybe run a few kilometers, it will be a big win for them. They're all heroes. Because China doesn't wait technology to be perfect to show to the world. Who says that we have to wait until technology is perfect? We can get it out and see what's working and what's not, and continue to develop the technology. That's the real authentic way to develop technology. We can see the car leading the second humanoid is getting close to us. Maybe we can get close to the midpoint? No? To that one? No? Okay. Some runners are getting tired at 10K. But humanoids are also trying their best to reach 10K. Well, as far as we know, this is the world's first half marathon for humanoid. And we really admire their courage to show us this technology. Well, the number one runner of humanoid, I think, is called Tiangong. It's really good, got strong legs, full-size humanoid. They just changed battery at the 10K checkpoint so they can continue running with more energy. When we approach the finish line, there will be a ceremony celebrating all these half marathon with all 20 robots, 20 humanoids getting together and running to the finish line. That will be a terrific scene to see. On China's national TV, CCTV's national gala for the new year, we already got familiar with a very interesting robot, full-size one, the black one, a Unitree H1, that's the name of it. And we've seen it dance with those handkerchiefs. That's how many Chinese and people around the world learn about China's humanoid technology. But actually, we have more than that around the country. There are dozens, maybe 2-3 dozens of humanoid makers around China that are able to assemble full-size humanoids now. Full-size, not necessarily the full size of human being, but a complete robot with heads, body, legs, and arms. So today is a very good opportunity to show those humanoids in China. It's a fantastic opportunity. This morning we already saw them lining up before the starting line. Okay, the second humanoid is running to us. I think we can go there. No, let's go. Who's that robot?
Little gel?
Little gel? It's the one that started the run very, very quick, right? In the second place or in the third place? It's second place, right? It's half size robot, but it's very quick. It's doing well. You can see it's approaching us. I mean, I don't think, personally, I don't think these robots are perfect in technology. If you're asking me, are they perfect? Well, the answer is no, because they have to be accompanied by technicians. They have to be accompanied by engineers to control them. If they fall down, they'll need, some of them may need help. Oh, it's entering the checkpoint. 需要换电池吗？不用换电池 ，OK。不需要换电池是吗？不需要换电池。Okay, it's great. Doesn't need to change the battery. Can see it's not very tall, but it's got quite strong legs. So the controller is here using the remote control, and his colleague is trying not to let the robot fall down. I mean, it's a half-size robot. It's already reached the 10K. Great job. For each robot, we have such a big team in helping it. The technician and I think it's a security guard, and there's also a controller. So each team is accompanied, each robot team is at least accompanied by 3 personnel. The controller, who is controlling the robot moving with a remote control, so the controller better stay a few meters within the robot, and there's a engineer, sometimes helping the robot control its body from falling down. If the robot falls down, it will immediately try to, lift it up and continue the run. It's already done a great job. I think the 2 robots that already passed the 10K are doing a great job. Maybe we'll need to wait a little while longer before the 3rd humanoid robot get to the 10K half-point checkpoint. The good news is that the sun has just come out. The weather has become better for the running, so it's been a bit cold early in the morning, but now the sun has come out. It's really great. It's about 20, 21 Celsius Fahrenheit, Celsius, 21 Celsius. It's 19 Celsius degrees, so it's okay. It feels really good to run now, and it's good to maintain the humanoid's shape at this point. Do you think we should continue? That's all we have at this point. I mean, we may need to wait a bit longer for the third humanoid to reach this point. Many people are still waiting to see. There are many spectators alongside the road. They're mainly here to watch the robots. But I think they need to be a little bit more patient because robots do not run as fast as people so far. Okay, we will just wait until the next checkpoint or at the final line. So we'll see you later at the final line, or my colleague Chen Cheng will join you later in this live streaming on CGTN. Thank you. I'm Dun Yufeng.
在准备这个马拉松比赛的过程当中，他就落地了一个场景。我估计可能前期大家也看到了有这么一个新闻，他在我们亦庄这边国家电网的一个配电站，他进行这种巡检。其实。
Entering to the most beautiful phase here in Yitang, you could see that this is the avenue of the Apollonia flowers. And we talk about that this is not the one and the only race or the stage set up for the humanoid robots. And we will also see that the more events held for the robotic robots. We talk about we have that more the competition purpose event, and we also have that more performance driven events. And also we will see how robots could finish that 4x100 relay race. So we talk about that for the whole development of the robotic industry. Actually, we also looking at Beijing set up quite a huge stage to test the different scenarios. And also we're looking at, actually this is also a big boost. The development of the robotic industry. You're looking at this is the Tiangong robot. We talk about actually from just a page of paper to that the 4 hours games that develop to that you're looking at this is a handbook of the event organization. So we talk about actually we set up the standard, set up the rules for the robotics. So we talk about that the also hope that we could build up the platform so that the Phoenix, we talk about a big that technological companies, institutions, universities could also better utilize this platform to showcase what they have and also to exchange their experience, to also join hands together to drive the development of this industry. So we're looking at this is the N2, it's 120 centimeters in height and 30 kilograms in weight. So we have actually looking at this is right now running at the second position. So actually, that today through our cameras, we show our viewers that the robots actually fall down, or they actually encounter technical problems. We also looking at a different team actually to also actually have the spray. We don't know exactly what that spray made up for, but we talk about that could be that the cooling a temperature of the robot. We talk about the joints. One of the biggest issues actually we talk about for some robots they installed that the ventilation fans, but for we talk about in order to actually have a good stable performance that they need to also cool down their joints. So we just saw that some robots actually cannot really run in straight line. They just fall down to one side. That could be that the problem that that side is heavier because of the heat. So that also right now different team also think about how to do that ventilation, how to cool down the joints. And also we talk about right now we're looking at two robots in one frame. That's also we talk about for the robots, their departure time interval is 1 minute. We very soon could see that the later departure, the robot could surpass the early departure one. And right now we're looking at, these black robots could encounter some technical issues because we could see that upper body, the arms not really waving. We talk about still, this is a really good opportunity to test, to verify the technologies. We talk about actually for human beings, we also could not really finish the whole course, right? Not everyone could finish the whole course. So we talk about actually, you can see right now it's shoulder to shoulder. So this is a really that you could see that right now this surpassing the later departure robot right now surpassing. That this is we could see this could be the very first that later that the departure robot overtaking or surpassing the early departure robot. And we also have the rules for surpassing. So when we design the whole event, we consider actually not all robots that departure at the same time, but still we have the possibility that a later departure robots could surpass the early departure one. So we talk about actually that the right-hand side, that's the min race, and left side, that could be the faster lanes. So if that robot would like to surpass, would like to overtake the front runner, then need to make sure that to surpass, overtake from the left, and also after overtaking, and need to get back to the min lane, and need to make that the safe distance about 30 meters. You could see that also the vehicles, there's some maintenance vehicles, and also follow the rules. Make sure that the robots also follow the rules for overtaking. So no matter is changing the robots, changing the battery, or overtaking, we talk about actually there's all rules behind all these different activities. Right now you're looking at this could be the time to change to the backup robot. This is another participant. So when is the time we decide to change to the backup? So it's based on different teams, their tactic and technology and the strategies. And maybe we think actually it's still running, it's operating normal, but for the team, if they really could see that from judging from the status, or we talk about actually swing from the left to right or left to right to the left. So the team really actually could tell that's the moment to change to the backup one. So for human being, that we could very easily to adjust ourselves, just adjust our running status. But for robots, it's really hard for them to change their motion status. So we talk about that if robots always like to say lying to the one side, that could be the moment, that could be that a certain side a screw is falling off, or that side is way too heated, so temperature is too high. So we talk about that spray. That could be the spray to cool down the joints, especially the joints of the robots. Right now, the robots we talk about still need to do that collaboration with the human being team. You talk about the human being teams accompanying the robots to really participate in the games. So actually, in the rules, we also have very clear the clause to regulate the behavior of DA teams. So we also set up that DA maintenance condition, so make sure that the teams could finish the games or to run at least as long as possible. And also for the judges, how to time and how to make their judgment, how to calculate the results. Actually, we also have the clear rules in the book. And also for these audience, for the speculators, we talk about this is a half marathon. We also actually take the reference from F1. So we talk about actually the whole team, how to guarantee that the operation of the robots is same like F1, because F1 also needs to get to the maintenance station to change the tires, to get energy, right? So actually we also take the reference learned from F1 to make up the rules for the robot. And going forward, we will see that whether they still need operators to run together. And also we look at this time, still the surface, the terrain is still very simple, not that complex. So later on, we could maybe add that a sand terrain or the more complex terrains, right, to really test, to impose more difficulties to the robots. That's also a test to see that the progress made by the industries. So that is also actually the difference, that the opportunity and the stages to really test and verify the technologies about the whole industry. We talk about this not really 5 years later. It could be just next year. We could really add really complex terrain to the marathon. They talk about actually for the robots, if they finish the whole course, they need to make 14 turns. So how to really make turns? That could be a challenge for the robots. And also at this time that the robots also need to think about how to overcome, to pass over that a metro rail. That's also one of the challenge this time as well. So we talk about a half marathon this time. It's covered the overall course of 21.097 kilometers. And we talk about, of course, not all the robots, their goal, their ultimate goal for today is to finish, to run the whole course. But right now we're looking at Tiangong. Right now already run for 14.69 kilometers. But we talk about that the ups and downs, just the small stones, could be a big challenge for the robots to test their verification, to test their stability and reliability. And we talk about there are 14 turns need to make in order to finish the whole course. So we talk about right now the very first group, the first tier of the runners already finished 14, 15 kilometers. And we talk about at 16 kilometers, see a metro rail track. So we talk about that could be a falling down point for robots. And also another difficult point, that will be a downhill. So a Rongchang Bridge, that's the slope that's around 9 degrees. So we talk about that at the uphill and downhill. We talk about uphill, whether you have enough that thrust to help you climb to that uphill. And for downhill, that also could be a possibility of falling down. So we could also put a very close eye at 16 kilometers and 17 kilometers. So till now, we prepared for so many months for this marathon event. So far, so good? Are you satisfied? Yes. So actually, I could tell it's even beyond our expectation. So first, we did not really expect that so many firms actually would like to really take this opportunity to make the debut of their robots, to really show their robots. And we also look at for different robotic team. Actually, you talk about the speed. You're looking at right now the speed, actually, that's the speed of the robot that also make a tremendous improvement compared to the speed or the results that recorded last year. And also we talk about it's a team effort. You're looking at is the robot plus human being. So we talk about for each team, they have their tactic and strategies. We talk about the energy efficiency, how to really make sure that the robots could run to their maximum. And also for the one firm that they actually have 2 robots. So for the one robot, that's to pursue the maximum speed. And another robot actually equipped with 2 batteries to pursue a maximum course that hope that could finish the whole course of a 21 kilometer. So we talk about for different robot, actually, they based on a different design concept, and also for robots, they design for different purpose. You're looking at for a different team, they have their different strategies, and for different robots, and they're not designed for marathon purpose, but actually they modified robot to participate the marathon. And you're looking at that the upgrade in algorithm, in the machinery structural design. So we talk about actually this is much, much better than that what we thought at the very beginning. And also looking at the finishing line here, there's also a big stage that also set up for the robots. We talk about this is more for the performance to showcase the different functions, so different possibility of robots. We talk about for robots running marathon, we could test their stability, duration. But for robots, we also would like to provide this kind of performance stage the robots to showcase the different scenarios, different the possibility of robots, right? And we also have the exhibition area or the display area so that it could actually have the interaction with robots. We could see that we also see a team right now also change to the backup robot. And also for the robot here looking at, this is also to actually a bionic Achilles tendon. So looking at this robot is very lightweight. And also for some robots just like say 28 kilograms in weight. So we talk about actually different the participants, different the robot actually have their different design concepts. So we talk about this is really a very nice stage to showcase different robots, different in height, in design, in weight, in different application scenarios. So some robots actually for the general purpose. And some robots actually designed for a specific industry. So that is why you could see actually for these robots, they actually in different the appearance and different design and different like the mechanical, the structures based on different technologies. So we talk about actually for the robot. I also learned that besides the humanoid robot, and also that the forms also could actually do that the parts for the aircraft, for the AUVs. And also we talk about for new energy vehicles, right now we talk about that a U-turn on the spot. That's also related to joint. So we also have that participant that's actually specialized in making joint. So we talk about a humanoid robot. She just the pearl on the crown. So we talk about this is you can consider as a creative platform, or actually that's a concrete products based on the so many technologies. So we're looking at that is also the embodied intelligence, its brain. So that robots could actually understand the whole environment to make analysis about the data, to also to plan. So that also work closely with different research institutes. And we talk about there are around that the 30 companies actually they can develop their own robots. And they also can do a lot of brain work.
to lower the risk. So in the testing competition as well as in the qualifying competition, we allow the robots to wear the ropes. But currently, there's no rope at all. Because in the final competition, it is not recommended to use the ropes. But for some testing competitions, as well as for the daily practices, we still allow the robots to wear the ropes. The ropes are for the consideration of security. Now it's the section 1, the group 1, that has reached the first bottleneck, that is the Rongchang Bridge, which has a degree of 9 as the slope. So we have a colleague on the side. Yutong, back to you. Dear viewers of CCTV News, my name is Wei Yutong. I'm now at the supply station of 16 kilometers. It's already been 2 hours since the start of this competition. As you can see, the robot called Tiangong is about to arrive at the supply station of the 16 kilometers. This has been a very complicated racing course. And here at the supply station, you can see many different types of complicated terrains for competition. For example, the turnings as well as the slopes, etc. Later on, we're about to witness how these robots are about to overcome the difficulties. By the spot very close to the 16-kilometer supply station, we noticed there are some incidents, and our personnel have hurried up with their supply equipment in order to give a helping hand to our robots. So let's go and have a look. And by the side, you can see there's another track for the amateur runners. Many people, they are also holding the cell phones in order to have a nice picture of them. As you can see, the personnel, they are helping out, and some others are giving information to the general public. So we should not go too near to the robots. We have to keep our distance. And I've also noticed other colleagues from our side. There's an emergency repair at site for the robots. And very quickly, the personnel are bringing a second model of the robot. This is a standby robot that is about to take the relay. So let's wait for a second. So the technicians, they are doing a quick repair of the robots. Okay, congratulations, our robots can start again the journey. And by the side, we can see the amateurs. The amateur runners, they are also cheering up this robot that has come back to the track. And once restored, once recovered, this robot has picked up the speed. And it's been quite fast. And we will see whether this robot will go into the supply station. And just now, from the gesture given by the personnel running by the side of the robot, we know that this robot, Tiangong, will no longer visit the 16-kilometer supply station. And for the glitch that it has experienced before, it has not caused a big problem for this robot. Just now, it has been trapped by the railway tracks. But now, it has perfectly continued its journey. We also have a vehicle riding by the side of our runners, of our humanoid robots. I'm now covering this journey between the supply station of the 16-kilometer and the 17-kilometer. This is not an easy journey, even for our journalists. It's been quite challenging for us to keep up with the pace of our humanoid robots. And now the robot is traveling down the slope, and later on it will be climbing the slope. After following this robot, I'm having some difficulty in breathing now, so I have to slow down. For the robots, usually they will do their trainings on a very flat terrain. But this time for the marathon racing, they're about to experience the ups and downs, different terrains like the slopes. So they will also feel different postures of their body. They will lean forward or even backward. It could be considered as one of the challenges for our robots. And obviously, we can tell from their speed that they are slowing down a little bit after the technical glitch. But very quickly, this robot called Tiangong has picked up its journey. And this robot, Tiangong, has been leading the whole robotic team. And this time, it's the world's first half marathon for humanoid robots in a real scenario for racing of marathon. Before the start of this competition, we've also talked with the personnel at the supply station. And we know that this is open section for the marathon racing is the asphalt road surface. It's also quite challenging to the surface of the robots. That's why some of the robots have put up their sneakers in order to reduce. The problems brought by the asphalt road conditions. And for this part of the road, the humanoid robots have been separated from the amateur runners. Previously, they've only been separated by a line of barriers. And these humanoid robots have been really popular among the amateur runners. It seems like people don't care about the scores anymore. It's been a big pleasure to be able to run with the humanoid robots. And we feel so proud of that. And this time for the design of the running tracks, we have really devoted a lot of energy inside. We will be traveling through famous sites. For example, this one ahead of us is called the Rongzhang Bridge. Previously, just after the start of the program, we have visited a supply station. And later on, at the distance of 18 kilometers, there will be the very last supply station. We don't know if any of the humanoid robots will go visit that supply station, but anyway, we have all the supplies ready. And now the humans as well as the humanoid robots, they are running on this street, this avenue with a lot of cultural characteristics and features. And here, when you are doing the running, you can feel the culture as well as the beautiful nature. And this time, we have even combined the power of science and technology into the competition. Previously, I've mentioned that this time, the terrain for the competition could be more challenging. For example, there are flat terrains and also slopes, ups and downs, even the railway tracks, etc. In general, it's being flat, but sometimes you can also encounter a 9-degree slope. Sometimes there are the potholes or cracks in the road surface that would be challenging for our humanoid robots. In total, we have 6 left-turning corners and also 8 right-turning corners for the robots. Those are also difficulties for the humanoid robots because they have to be very flexible at the turning point. They also have to set up the trajectory for the turning in advance. There are also some slopes. And there are, of course, the straight tracks. And now the humanoid robots, they are sprinting for the finishing line. As I can see by the other side of the road, they are the amateur runners. They're about to reach the 17-kilometer supply station, so they are also readjusting their bodies and their paces. And previously, as we can remember, the Tiangong, a humanoid robot, has fallen down to the ground. And according to the information that I've collected, it's due to the low battery. And after this very quick power change, immediately we noticed the Tiangong humanoid robot has stood up and also it has picked up the journey. So there's minor impact from that falling incident. And we are looking forward to the last sprint towards the finishing line among the humanoid robots. Along the journey, we have also noticed many volunteers and personnel helping the people. For the open section by both sides of the road, many people, they are cheering up both the robotic players and also the amateur runners. Previously, we have already noticed there are some turning points and also railway tracks considered as complicated terrain of the road. And also the other elements, for example, the winds, the rain, and also telecommunication materials, all these elements combined would be contributed to different kinds of new scenarios and challenges to our humanoid robots. So it's quite natural and reasonable for us to expect some small glitches among the humanoid robots. And this time for the half marathon, we have this chance to witness and also even admire the fast development of humanoid robots in the country. During the competition, we've also noticed some parts to be improved in the future. So this time is also a very good testing ground. All these data collected during the rail race would be accumulated and be sent back to the database. Later on, our technicians will be able to use this data to further contribute to the long-term development of our humanoid robots. And currently, our runners, they are doing a slope climbing. It's also very challenging for their body strength because they've already been running for quite some time. And please follow me in continuing our journey. And by the side of our running tracks, you can see very beautiful flowers in this spring season. There's greenery and also pinky flowers and accompanied by some white flowers. This morning it's been a little bit cloudy, but now the sky has cleared up. And there are also a lot of people in audience. And the audience by the side, they are cheering up our amateur runners as well as the humanoid robots. They are supporting our participants. The robots, they are running steadily and very fast. And we are looking forward for the final moments during which our robots can pass the finish line. Now back to the studio. Now we are back to the studio. Previously from the live footage, I've noticed some similarities between the humanoid robots and humans during the marathon. It's quite natural for the humans to fall down during a running race. And what about this time with the humanoid robots? It's mainly due to the battery. For example, today with our EV cars and with our phones, you can have real-time numbers about your battery volume. But for the robotic equipment, it's not so fast for us to have the real-time numbers. So before we get to know that, it's already been very low level of the battery. So that's why this Tiangong humanoid robots has fallen down. But very quickly, we have fixed that glitch. We didn't change the model. Because if we want to replace the previous model with a second substitute, then there will be some punishment with the time adding up. So just now, we didn't change the robot itself. We just changed the battery. And they didn't visit the supply station. They changed the battery outside the supply station. According to the rules of the competition, they will not stop the timing for the change of the battery. Previously,
All right,
Welcome back.
Welcome back to our Relay Live session, a special coverage of the world's first half marathon of the humanoid robots here in Beijing's E-Town. I'm Zhao Chenchen from CGTN Digital.
I'm Jiazhi from CGTN Español.
Okay, so just about like 30 or 40 minutes ago, our other set of reporters were at the 10-kilometer supply station for the robot, for the half marathon for the humanoid robots, and we learned that they've witnessed one of the robots passing through that point. So we've now come to the finish line. Right behind us is the point for 21 kilometers, and ahead of us is the finish line.
Yeah.
Yes,
and we can see there are constantly coming people, amateur runners to us, and in this side there would be robots coming to us, but for now there's none. But after like 20 minutes or something like that would be the first, like that one would be the champion.
Yes, we're expecting the first robot to cross the finish line in about 20 minutes. So, so in that case, we have to explain about the rules for how to determine the first and second places for these robots. So, Jiazhi, you know a little bit more about that, right?
For sure, because like this competition is like a time trial format, so the final time is will be the judge of the prize, and the time also will accumulate according to the times of replacements of the batteries and something like that during the route, right?
Yes, during the course, yes. So their result is determined by the total time spent, because they didn't start all at once at the same time, just for the safety concern. So of course the robots are going to run not side by side, but like one after each other.
Sure.
So I think that's a fair judging for their time. So there is a possibility that whoever comes to the finish line the first might not be the one that run this marathon in the shortest amount of time.
Yeah.
So now I wonder, who do you think is going to be in the first place?
For sure, in my opinion, it would be Tiangong. Tiangong runs so fast.
Yeah. It's also its formation, like the design of the robot, is also very close to a real person. Like it's standing at a height of 1.8 kilometers.
Yeah,
right?
higher than me.
Yeah,
for sure.
and at a weight of 52 kilometers. That's what I saw from the screen just now. The number might not be exact, but my first instinct response is like very, very close to a real person. So I think that really puts, with seeing these robots running on real road, it puts me thinking that, it's really close for them to mingle into our daily lives very soon.
Yeah, sure. And like running a marathon is like a test of the human's endurance, and running a marathon works the same for the robots. So the endurance is one of the key points to judge the final
Yes.
scores of these robots. And speaking of which, there would be like a series of different premiers according to different standards. For example, there would be best endurance premier, and there would be like a best gait premier, which like indicates like the imitation of the human
Running
working,
position?
something like that.
Okay.
And also there would be like best appearance.
Yeah.
Robots or
I
something
heard
like
that. I heard
best
that. So you
popularity.
don't necessarily need to run through the
Yeah.
entire 21-kilometer course, but you can be the best, the most shining one on the track, and we also see some human runners with the costumes passing through the finish line.
Sure, which is very funny.
Yeah, so that's like a simulation between each other, and a very nice integration or mingling, and that's very funny.
Yeah, and actually, when I first came to know that the fact that this marathon is about to be held, I was really wondering why they don't start with 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, or something like that, but directly let the robots run a 21 kilometer, such a long distance. Do you ever this question come to your mind?
Yeah, that certainly come to my mind before, but after I learned more about these robots, you know, 1 or 2 kilometers is so easy for them right now. For China's humanoid robots, they can easily run a 5-kilometer course without changing the batteries. So, you know, these humanoid robots are composed of for sure, the batteries as their power and their locomotion system, and of course, a brain that determines, telling them how to avoid those obstacles and how to stand up from falling down or things like that. And apparently, the development of China's humanoid robots has come through a long time, and it's now becoming more mature and sort of say an emerging time for tons of companies to work on humanoid robots all together. And this is also largely thanks to the supply chain, the mature supply chain here in China.
Sure. That is to say that the the humanoid robot is like kind of like a collection of multiple kinds of technologies, like as you mentioned, artificial intelligence, embodied intelligence, and something like that. That's why we've noticed that some of other companies in other industries have also come to the site to witness this moment. And I think that's also another importance of this marathon, which is to provide a platform for all the different companies and all the different industries to get the chance to know about how these techniques are being applied in, for example, different aspects of life.
Of the robots, exactly. Yeah, that is indeed a very good opportunity for companies to communicate with each other, and that's also what they said, right? What the participating teams are discussing about. They can see how the other robots are performing, and certainly the leading ones will take more pride. Well, you know, one of my best, the team that I'm cheering up for is the Neotix N2, and they just established, the company only established less than or just a little bit over a year ago. They started in 2023, September 2023.
In just a short time, they've achieved this.
Yes, and they're robots. I didn't know if you've checked out our live stream earlier. That little N2 run like nuts. Right? It's super and it's posters, like how it runs, certainly looks very much like a real kid, like a little kid.
Yeah.
Or perhaps better.
Yeah, the team that you are go for, I think sometimes in my mind, it occurs to me that maybe I want to see like some robots falling down, because I think that would be like clumsy and interesting for me. And I don't think that would be a bad thing, because
no, not at all.
Certain robot wins or not, falls or not, is not very important. What important is like the lessons and the experience we've been told by this marathon to
Yes.
and to all the companies, they can get something like feedback to the development of this industry, right?
Exactly. That's also one of the key points of this marathon that is held for humanoid robots. That winning is not the goal. It's not the key goal, the crucial goal.
Yeah.
But accumulating these experience and data and forming them as a feedback to the companies, that's for one part, also to the industry and to the policymakers. They also need these data to form certain the so-called standard for the humanoid robots in order for them to successfully or smoothly integrate into our daily lives. Because whenever it comes to human-machine interaction, safety is always the first and most crucial point. Just like how those intelligent autonomous driving vehicles are being leveled into L2, L3, those are different standards.
Sure. And I think this is very lovely. What?
Yes, I just heard from our director that Tiangong is about 1 kilometer away from our finish line. So we're coming to that very exciting moment. Well, from our vision, we still do not have a clear sight of the robot, but we'll be here waiting for it, and I'm sure it's going to be very fast, just as fast as a regular runner to hit the finish line. And you know what's the amazing point about humanoid robots? It doesn't feel tired. Its joints, its locomotion systems might be torn up or heated up during the course, but I think the companies have prepared a lot for them. Like they are all geared up with screws and batteries, and they can change the battery. I've learned from their preliminary test session before, they can change the battery in less than 90 seconds. That's like very, very fast, just like changing tires for the racing cars. So let's see if we can have a clear sight of Tiangong. We'll be keep an eye on it, but at the same time, I think we can talk a little bit more about the supply stations. So I learned from Neotic's company last night, that they were not planning to change batteries at the station. They were not planning to change batteries at the station. Rather, their guide runners are packing up the batteries by themselves and run together with the robots and change batteries when necessary. They've also prepared some joints in case the joints were overheat or worn out as they are they are moving, constantly moving. And
we've noticed that every robot is not like fighting alone. There is a big group, big team after it.
Yes.
Like operators and referee 两边.
Oh yes. So each referee, so each robot, I think it's accompanied with at least 2 people running by them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I think after talking about all of this, in my opinion, this marathon is really a significant event for, first of all, this is really giving me a good chance to like get a concrete concept of how developed this technology of robots are. And also it's a opportunity for those companies of this industry get communications with each other and get lessons from each other to impose together the development of the robotics industry. And third, this is also a scenario to technical tests for all those robots that we have already.
Yes, because before this marathon, all of the robots are still in a lab mode. They've been developed and manufactured in a sort of like a garage place. At least that's how Neotix company looked like when I visited them, and that's truly amazing as well. But now running this real marathon on real road is truly a testament to their capabilities and all of the features and where they could fail, they could trip, and how they respond to that. It's like a gradual process from lab to reality, and later on to homes and in you and ours, just like the sweeping robots nowadays in our homes.
And what's more, I think another thing that worth mentioning is that this competition is quite open. Like you might just attempt this competition, participate in it with just a robot, with just a bipedal robot that can compete. That's enough. Whether you are a company or a individual, whether you are foreign or like domestic, whether you are a student or like investigator, you can just participate in this competition with a robot that can compete. And I think that's the attitude. Open and cooperation, collaboration. That is also another very theme of this marathon.
Yeah, this year we didn't see any robots from international competitors, but I've heard from the organizer that we really welcome people from all over the world with a humanoid robot to join this half marathon next year.
For sure, very open. As usual, as always.
Yes, and let's see if we can have a sight of the robot.
Still not
yet. So maybe we need to wait a little bit more on the robots. And
the champions coming maybe late, but never will be an absence.
They will never, they will never miss. So we've also talked about how different industries are working together with them through this marathon. And just like this E-town here in Beijing, it's composed of different industries. We mentioned earlier that their course, over this 21-kilometer course, they will run through Coca-Cola companies like Coca-Cola, JD.com, and also very and also what else? A very scenic places like the Polonia Avenue, and in fact, this E-town also has other well-known companies or other industries, including the commercial space company.
Sure. And this area is also a demonstration area for intelligent city. And what we've seen during the competition, there would be cars of intelligent driving and something like that are all used. These techniques are all used for this marathon, but also will serve as a key system for our intelligent city.
Exactly. I think the Beijing E-town is the first testing zone for autonomous driving area, and when we were here, we can see a lot of autonomous driving cars being tested on the road, and also you can also get a robot taxi here in E-town. So do check that out if you are ever here in Beijing's E-town. And I just heard from the director that the robot is 400 meters away from the finish line.
It's
but
close,
here, it's very close, but from here, we still cannot have a clear sight of it. Oh, but we're seeing a car coming. We're seeing a leading car coming.
It's about to come. After witnessing all of this, I have to say, yesterday I was asked if I have a time machine where I would want to go. And my answer was, I want to go back to the old days. But after today's marathon, I think...
Let's go to the future.
Let's go to the future. Let's embrace the future.
Okay, as we wait for it, I've also received some comments from our viewers. commented that this little kid is better.
I think this is a team that you go for, right?
Yes, I think Albert Wesker is definitely talking about the team I'm going for, or maybe the very cool one with the spacesuit.
Probably, yes.
Yeah, among the 21 teams, there are a series of competing teams that are dedicated for smaller figures.
Actually, these smaller figures is also like have advantages to like travel in cold, in the windy weather or something like that.
Yeah. Today's weather also is going to be a challenge for the robots as well, because in the morning it was really cold, like below 10 degrees Celsius, and now the sun's coming out and it's getting warmer.
Julius Caesar's leaving comments to us saying that more fit than me.
Are you referring to the robots being more fit? Maybe in the future we'll let the robot to guide us to run and keep fit. Which one? Also, we can continue the comment. Someone's talking about the black one is Tiangong, exactly. And in fact, this one is the Tiangong Ultra. Tiangong only...
coming!
Oh, Tiangong is coming! Here it comes! It's about, it just crossed the 21-kilometer point.
Go,
we can
go,
see
go!
that.
Go!
Go for it! All the marathon runners are excited to running side by side.
And our amateur runners are cheering up for it also.
From the watch here, we can see that Tiangong finishes in 2 hours and 40 minutes.
This is really a majestic sight.
People around us are so very excited. We also have some journalists from international journalists here. Would you also like to join our live show and tell us how you feel right now? Okay. All right then. Okay. So we just witnessed the first robot crossing the finish line. That's also from Tiangong, but again, like we stated before, it might not be in the first place because their final result will be counting on the total time from the beginning to the finish point.
Effectively.
And also whether they've changed batteries or switched robots in the middle.
Yeah, there would be, as she said, there would be penalties during the
course,
process.
Yes, if they change robot. They will only encounter a 10 penalty if they change the robot in the middle, but there will not be time penalty for changing batteries. But the time will also is not going to be stopped if they change batteries in the midway.
But the good thing is, as long as they finish this race within like 3 hours and something like that, they would get a finish premium.
Oh, a finish premium. So, how do you feel just now seeing Tiangong?
Very exciting moment that is, and I think this is really being a unique live streaming for me and a unique event for me, because look to after 200 years when all the robots are so well integrated to our human beings' life, and where they can help us to handle all the problems. And standing in that future, looking back today on April the 19th, 2025, the first humanoid robots half marathon is happening here, and we are witnessing it.
Oh my goodness! What you just said just ignited me up, and it felt so unique to be here and also to cover this event to our global audience at CGTN. So again, also thank you for joining us and witnessing this all together. But no, our live stream will not stop here. But of course, there will be more robots running towards the finish line, and we can't wait to see their results, their final results later on.
For sure.
And yeah, it's also really, really a unique experience when we were just standing here, and all of the people and spectators are looking at the robot running just side by side with.
So we just got a champion.
Robots.
We just got a champion. The Tiangong.
That champion is not determined
Oh
yet,
yeah, that's
right?
the time will be judged of that, the total time.
So
but that is the first robot who
That's the
dashed
first
to
robot
the final line.
across the final line. So as we wait for the rest of the robots to come, I think it's time for us to come to a stop, to say goodbye. But our live stream will continue, so do stay tuned and stay with CGTN and keep the comment coming.
Sure.
Let us know how you feel.
Thanks for your time, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for joining us, and let us all witness this historic moment together.
Gravel road, etc. And today they have showcased their capabilities. Thank you. And today's event has signifies a new chapter in the creation and development history of humanoid robots, and running a half marathon is just one small step of that, and it's a very tiny part of that. In the future, there will be far more interesting scenarios where we can use our humanoid robots to showcase their capabilities. And this humanoid robot called Tiangong has finished the competition with a total time of 2 hours 40 minutes. Because the average speed used by the Tiangong humanoid robot is about 7 or 8 kilometers per hour. So in less than 3 hours time, it has completed the half marathon. Previously in the interview, we heard from Dr. Sean that today the record has been better than expected. And I think is the result of the pacemaker. Because the robot is doing well, so the pacemaker is setting the pace at 8 kilometers per hour. And of course, the total distribution of energy and strength among the humanoid robots should be adapted to the real conditions of the race. And now today, as you can see, the humanoid robot called Tiangong has finished the total race of the half marathon with 2 hours 40 minutes. It's also due to the cool temperature today. After the rain, the temperature is not too high, so it's a very good news for the heat dissipation. And this time, the robotic teams have made the start of the half marathon racing at different times, so they will not be arriving at the finish line at the same moment. And of course, those humanoid robots, they have different pace, the different speed of running. So actually, those humanoid robots, they are competing with themselves only. Mr. Zhao, in today's competition, we've noticed that sometimes the humanoid robots can encounter some glitches. Previously, the Tiangong humanoid robot ranking the first in the marathon has experienced this fall on the ground. And it's due to the low battery. When the battery level is too low, and this is equipment that demands a very high power level, in that case, there would be this possible glitch. And ranking second, this robot has passed this section very smoothly and very steadily. And now this one has been around the supply station of 19 kilometers, so not very far away from the finish line. This team is called 小顽童. And this humanoid robot is running very steadily without the need of too much interference. According to the rules of the running, we can allow no more than 3 coaches, 3 humans, to accompany the running of the humanoid robot. But as we can see from the footage now, it's not being surrounded by the humans. The engineer in charge of the manipulation of the robot should be sitting on the shuttle bus, I guess. And what is the maximum radius of control with the controlling panel? Of course, the nearer the better, and you should not exceed 20 meters. In general, if you are too far away from the robotic equipment, then first of all, it's quite challenging for you to get the signal up there. And second thing is that you cannot have the best visibility. You cannot see very clearly what is in front of the humanoid robot. And with your panel, you can control the speed and also the direction of the humanoid robot. You can tell the robot to go a little bit faster or slower, or a little bit towards the left or right-hand side. So for the human coaches, if they can have a very clear sight and they are not staying very far away from the robots, then they could be given orders in real time, and they can also have a prediction of the upcoming road conditions. In that case, it would be much easier for our robots to overcome the challenging terrains and also avoid the obstacles on the road. Now, this is a humanoid robot from the team called 旋风小子. So, Mr. Zhao, maybe we have to repeat one part of the rules so our audience can have a better understanding of the racing. For the change of battery or the change of the robot itself, it is allowed. For the change of battery, you will not waste too much time, but if you want to change the model itself, use a substitute robot, then you will lose a lot of time. The battery change will not cause you any time penalties, because it's considered normal operation. It's a kind of energy supply, as we can usually see among the human amateur runners. Ranking second is the team 小顽童. This is their humanoid robot in our camera. Currently, among all the humanoid robots, only one has already breasted the tape and arrived at the finish line. And this one, ranking second, actually is leading the rest of the competing humanoid robots. And Mr. Zhao, we can see the two teams, Xiao Wantong and Xuanfeng Xiaozi. Their humanoid robots are quite similar in the look. The same structure, the same hardware, maybe different preferences in their software. One with the preference for stability, or maybe the other preference for speed. If you want to go much faster, you have to change more often the battery. To finish a race like that, you have to put a lot of different elements into considerations. And what about the possible changes with the software? For example, now we have to use the softwares for the motions, for the sports. So for the training systems, we have to use the algorithm to do the training, and then we have to move that software into the real robots to do the experiments and exercises. And that is the complete procedure. If during this procedure we come into a difficulty, then we have to repeat the training. We have to introduce different capabilities, for example, visuality or the sensors, which can help the robot to sense the environment, to have the feelings of the environment, etc. At the current moment, it's the motion control that has been considered as a key feature. This is for this year's marathon, but maybe for next year, the key feature would be the independent capability of the humanoid robots to finish the marathon throughout the way. And also some complicated operation. You start from point A, you finish at point B. So from point A to point B, first of all, you have to be equipped with the motion capability. You have to be able to move, otherwise you can never go from point A to point B. For humans, we can run with our legs and we can swing our arms. It's the same thing with our humanoid robots. And we can have the upgrades and iteration from one generation to the next for the humanoid robots. And today we noticed the frequency and speed of iteration has been strengthened and accelerated. And this part is really heartwarming. By both sides of the road, the audience is cheering up our humanoid robots. And just now, within one split second, I feel like the humanoid robot has even speeded up after hearing the cheers from the audience. And now we can see this is the robot from the team 旋风小子. And currently, the pace is 8.28 kilometers per hour. This is a rather good speed. And 8.28 kilometers per hour would be the maximum level. And during the whole journey, there will be some slowing down of the robotic. And it's making very big strides considering the total body height of the robotic equipment. Actually, the engineers have designed all these humanoid robots not for running a marathon, but this is a wonderful platform to showcase the capabilities of the humanoid robots. The smaller type, the tiny humanoid robots, they can have their own scenarios of application. In comparison with the bigger ones, the smaller ones, they can be more flexible in many scenarios of application. Before this race, we have been applying the humanoid robots in real life, in real work. We have been testing them and running them. Tests and exercises are really necessary because we need a lot of scenarios of trials and trainings before we can really have a large scale of application of them in the real work. And this time they are joining the half marathon. It's a test to see their stability, endurance, all aspects of their capabilities. We can see that they are rather reliable. This is a long test, and we can draw that conclusion from the results. And we believe that in future they can do even better job after the improvement and iteration. And for each one of the humanoid robots, they can have their unique role in the real work and life. And there's one other thing. It's related to the endurance. Once we put them into application, into real work, how long can it last? And this time they are running the half marathon. So Mr. Zhao, do believe that this is a kind of proof or challenge to see the total endurance capability of their battery. Currently, they have this preset volume of battery, and they have to finish a given distance of marathon. And you should not fall down easily, otherwise you will get a penalty. So you have all these conditions and constraints, and you have to make a very good design and be smart at the distribution of power and energy. And this is a multifaceted competition. If you can put all these different elements into consideration and you can finish the game perfectly, then it means that you are already equipped and ready for the possible application in future scenarios. All these humanoid robots participating in this current session of half marathon will be collecting and accumulating very precious data and numbers, information. All these data would be later sent back to their database for further studies. For Tiangong, that has already finished its race. the designer of Tiangong has received our interview, saying that the fall down was due to a low battery. So maybe on the screen, when we do the reading, we think battery is okay, but actually inside the robot, the battery has already reached a very down level. And this one is called from the team of 旋风小子. It has also met a small incident, and it's quite normal for the humanoid robots to fall down during the long distance run. And sometimes without any external interference, the robot can fall down just due to internal problems. And our engineers will put all the problems on paper, and they will keep a record later on. This will become the source of studies. The data would be collected, and it will be very useful in assisting our engineers to improve this version of robots. Everything we do here is to assist the robot to first finish the race and also play a bigger and more important role in the future. And this time they are joining the half marathon, and you have to make the humanoid robot run for almost 3 hours. It's very intensive work, and it's long distance, very consuming for energy. After they reset, no problem at all with this one. This time, the half marathon run by humanoid robots is also a big test for humanoid robots in complicated terrains and road conditions. It's also a very long distance of racing for the humanoid robots. As we can see from the previous footage, our engineers and personnel have changed the battery for the humanoid robots. And we can also tell that this is a very careful job. We have to pay attention to all the details related to our robots. But the goal of this half marathon for humanoid robots is to present the chance to our engineers to notice all the possible problems that can occur among our robots. And today we are doing a test of the humanoid robots in a far more challenging environment than the previous testing ground. Sometimes we have to do even more than changing the power for the humanoid robots. Currency for the development stages of the humanoid robots is not up to that stage of mass production. Different types of elements could have some impact on the robots. For example, extreme high level of heat could cause the change of structure of the body of the humanoid robots. And also our road condition could cause some wear and tear of the surface of our robots. For the first 5 kilometers, almost all the robots can finish the job perfectly, but those glitches can often take place during the second half of this marathon. And Mr. Zhao, I have a question. For those engineers of humanoid robots, what is the longest record of working hours for the humanoid robots to test their endurance? Of course, for each of the humanoid robots, we will do the endurance test. But because we have to put the humanoid robots into different scenarios of work, so the endurance will not be the priority for everyone, for every robotic robots. For example, some of the robots, we will only use them for half an hour each time, so it's not that important. This robot can last really long hours. After each task of 30 minutes, we can have them break to change the battery. But this time, because it's a half marathon, people have to readjust a little bit the settings of the humanoid robots and also change their power set. The 旋风小子 robot has surpassed that one from 小顽童 team. Now you can see this humanoid robot from the team of 旋风小子 is ranking second. And for the final score, we have to wait for the conclusion from the side of the jury, because we have to consider the time penalty, etc. At this moment, the competition personnel are also sharing the information with the team members. For example, how many kilometers are ahead of us, so that the coaches for the robotic will have a general idea how much time do I still need to finish the competition, and what are the other jobs that I have to complete. And now you can see the robot is running independently without any company. Now from the two windows, we can see the humanoid robot ranking second and ranking third. To the left-hand side of our screen is from the team of 旋风小子, and to the right-hand side is from the team of 小顽童. And Mr. Zhao, for these two brands of humanoid robots, they look quite alike. Before this competition, I've done some homework. Each of them has their own advantages. For example, single hand, single leg downs. And they can also accomplish the tasks on grasslands. They can walk steadily on the grassland and snowy land. With these capabilities ready, what are the possible scenarios of application in the future for two of them? In the past, we have tested these robots. The maximum speed could be 3.5 meters per second, but this cannot last too long, maybe during a given length of time. But for the running of a half marathon, it cannot maintain the speed of 3.5 meters. But later on, we can have further development based on this capability to make it possible to use the robots in different cases. And the robots can also do some backflips. It means the body parts of the robots are all very flexible. And after the backflip, when the robot arrives at the ground again, it has to be able to absorb the shock from the terrain and also strike a balance. And the reliability would be the further priority for the designers and engineers. Now, in front of us is the robot from Xiaowan Tongqing. It is heading towards the 19-kilometer point. And now the humanoid robots from the team of Xuanfeng Xiaozi and that of Xiaowan Tong are not very far away separated. Maybe there's a distance of 100 to 200 meters between two of them. And Mr. Zhao, till this point, at a distance of 19 kilometers, the robot has already run a very long distance. What about the estimated temperature of their body parts? At different part of the body, the temperature would be different. For example, at the motor part, 70 degrees. And it's quite normal for a CPU. It will also be very hot, but for other parts of the body, there are also different levels of the temperature. The heat would be sent from the key parts to the body parts. So the heat dissipation is very important and special design should be completed. Today you can see the humanoid robots can run now currently to the point of 19 kilometers. They have this capacity because before the racing, the engineers have done a good job in the preparation. They have already put into consideration the heat dissipation. And for the preparation of the race, One day I visited one of their exercising camps. It's a very tall building with many stories, and each story dedicated to one team participating in the marathon racing. And they have the whole floor to themselves to do the preparation. And they can do the communication with the audience. This robot from Xiaowan has just surpassed once again the robot from 旋风小子. And Mr. Zhao, during my visit to their preparation camp, it was an afternoon. I can still recall that in the corridor, those robots are doing the test. They are walking from one side to the other side of the corridor. And the atmosphere was quite friendly. And they also sharing their experience. When the teams are together, immediately they can feel which team is better and which team is stronger. And they are very generous in the information sharing and experience sharing. Mr. Zhao, I believe that in their daily training and practices, all the teams of humanoid robots can also have frequent communication. Because they are colleagues from the same sector, maybe in university they share the same classroom. And now they are in different companies, but they are all working towards the same direction to make the humanoid robots stronger and more capable, more reliable, more resistant to the challenges. And with time passing by, the temperature is also going up. Currently, it's about 4 degrees higher in temperature than the start of the game. Currently, the temperature is around 15 degrees Celsius. But after running such a long distance, there should be a huge accumulation of heat. The 旋风小子 robots has been taken care of by the coaches and technicians. They are doing some spray-ins. With the spray, it can help to reduce the temperature, reduce the heat, and to facilitate heat dissipation. For the smaller type of humanoid robots, they can generate more heat than the bigger ones. So, Mr. Zhao, for the smaller size of humanoid robots, they have higher requirements for the heat dissipation, for the thermal conductivity. Yes, even though you have smaller joints, smaller body parts, but for all the other elements, the computing, acceleration, these parts cannot be minimized. So it's more challenging than a bigger robots. And it would be more difficult for designers to do the design of the structure of these robots. Now ranking second is the robot from Xiaowantong team. It has passed the point of 19.5 kilometer. And you can see nearby many people have gathered together to witness the running of the humanoid robots. And people, they are also very curious. What is the influence and impact of these humanoid robots on our daily lives? People are very curious about this new creature, since it's the world's first half marathon run by humanoid robots. And these people that are able to stand on the side to witness the running of the humanoid robots, they are also very lucky. And they are holding up their cell phones to take the pictures and videos. And today it's a Saturday. We don't have to go to work. And even for the amateur runners, after breasting the tape, they would come back a little bit to see how the robotics are doing. And also the kids, they are also cheering up all those robotic equipments. To the left-hand side of the screen is the robot from Xuanfeng Xiaozi, ranking third. It has already picked up the journey. And for the other robot from the team of Xiaowantong, it's getting nearer to the finish line. The robot from the team of Xiaowantong has surpassed the point of 20 kilometers. And the total distance of the Yizhuang half marathon is 21.0975 kilometers. And for the team of Xuanfeng Xiaozi, they are about to change the battery. And after the power change, they have to do a little bit more than 1 kilometer, and that is the finish line. And during this half marathon of humanoid robots, to the one side is the racing of humanoid robots, and on the other side is also competition among different robotic teams. So it's not only the racing by independent robots, but also it's the competition of teamwork. And for the robotic equipment, they are led by the pacemakers, a human pacemakers. All these elements combined explains how we can have this very interesting racing marathon. And the robots from the 旋风小子 has also completed the power change. It's getting up and is heading towards the finish line. To the side of the team of Xiao Wantong, they are very close to the finish line, almost up to the point of 20.5 kilometers. And Mr. Zhao for the operation of this humanoid robots from Xiao Wantong team. They are using a panel with the joystick. And for the manipulators, do they have to go through exercises themselves too? For example, like the e-gaming athletes or like the other athletes, do they have to do the daily practices? Actually, it's not necessary. We only use the joystick to modify the speed of the running and also the direction. That's everything. So we don't have to control the movements of all the body parts. When the robot is not very clear about the direction or it has not captured some specific features from the outside environment, we just give a helping hand for the manipulator of the joystick. If you will do this job for a long time, you have to keep a close eye on the status of the humanoid robots, because when the robot has just started the game and when the robot has surpassed the point of 10 kilometers, the status of the robot should be totally different. If you manipulate the joystick from right the beginning of this racing until the end, then you should have this capability of decision making. You have to be able to tell what is the current status of the robot so you can make the right decision. For example, for a short distance, average personnel could do the manipulation, but since it's a long distance, it's a half marathon, we have to make sure that it's controlled by a pro. And this humanoid robot has passed by the supply station. It has decided to complete the journey. Now, as we can see, our coaches for the humanoid robots has been keeping a close eye on the battery level of the robots, because this robot is almost there at the finish line. The robot from the team of Xiaowantong is doing the last sprint towards the finish line. And the operator that used to be riding on the shuttle bus has get off the bus in order to enjoy the final moment of victory with the humanoid robots. So the team of Xiaowantong has also finished the racing. And for all the teams participating in the marathon, it's already no easy job to make a participation, and it's even more glorious victory for them to finish the half marathon. And Mr. Zhao, for the humanoid robots, after finishing the half marathon, what is the routine procedure for the maintenance? They have to do a thorough test to see whether there are some breaking parts. All the screws should be strengthened, and all the electronic systems would be checked. Because this half marathon is really no easy job. It's a very long distance test. So we have to make sure we can do some repairing of the broken parts. And now let's get back to the humanoid robots from the team of 旋风小子. Previously, as is mentioned, the distance separating the two robots is not very long, but still to tell the winner, we have to look at the time record and also with the time penalty put into consideration. This time, we are organizing this half marathon for humans and humanoid robots in Yizhuang district of Beijing. It's very important to join the marathon, and it's also very important to finish the game, especially for the robotic enterprises, because it's a time to showcase the result of their research and development. And this one is almost there at the finish line. So this one will possibly be the third humanoid robot to finish the half marathon within 4 hours. And personnel are still using the sprays to help cool down the humanoid robots. After the completion of this half marathon, I believe that this experience would be a very precious one for the team of 旋风小子, because this time I believe that they have accumulated so much data and also experience. This humanoid robot has experienced some stress, so that the stability has not been maintained. Mr. Zhao, for the team from 旋风小子, what kind of operations are they taking? So they are doing the last repair so that this humanoid robot can race up to the finish line. After a short break of repair, the humanoid robot from the team 旋风小子 has restarted the journey. And 旋风小子 robot has also surpassed a supply station at the 20-kilometer. And we can also tell from the footage that the temperature is rising up. And for the 旋风小子 robot, is getting nearer to the finish line. But this temperature level will not cause any huge problems for the robots. But imagine if we organize the half marathon in June or in supply, then towards noon, it would be a big challenge for the robots. For the vehicles, we have overcome this problem after a centuries hard work. But for the humanoid robots, the history is much shorter, and we have come to the same high level of knowledge in a much shorter time. For the team 旋风小子, it's almost there at the finish line now. The personnel running by the side of the 旋风小子 robot, they are doing the spraying to lower the temperature to help the heat dissipation. So the robot is just 100 meters away from the finish line. And 小顽童 robot is welcoming the 旋风小子 robot. Now 旋风小子 has finished the journey within 4 hours. It has finished a half marathon run. Now there are 3 teams of robotics has finished the race. On the tracks, we can see the logo. It's already a victory to be able to join the half marathon. And you're called a hero if you can reach the finish line. And also they will have this encounter with the audience. The robot from 小顽童 and 旋风小子, ranking 2nd and 3rd respectively, they are still showing their capabilities. Now journalists are also taking pictures of those 2 robots. And today at the finish line, we've also noticed quite many foreign journalists. They are also attracted by the development of humanoid robots. For many people, they would like to witness the novelties. Now on the tracks, you can still find the amateur runners racing towards the finish line, and it's also true with our humanoid robots. And now what you can see is the Lake of Tongming, very close to the finish line. And there's a park of the Tongming Lake. It has totally changed the look thanks to the spring season, and the park is also embracing all the players and runners of this marathon. You can also find the information city. They have this development model combining the industries with a beautiful living environment and nature. And from our camera, you can see the water quality in the lake is really good. And on the spot, we are also doing a program for ecosystem improvement. We are building a eco-city. Here we have also kept all those clusters of bridges. Meanwhile, we are maintaining the wetlands. We are combining the production, the daily life, and nature together. We are managing the water system, and we are building up an ecological base with a total surface area of 300,000 square meters to the east side of the river. And the finish line is set at the river. Every time when there's the runner or there's the humanoid robot breasting the tape, they would be enjoying this beautiful scenery at the river. The jury members, they are verifying once again the records of scores of the top 3 robotics. They are very prudent about the final scores. Once again, we are looking at the footage of Tongming Lake Park, and they are contributing to a very beautiful ecosystem and improvement of water system. They are combining the industrial development with the daily life. Very close to this park, we have this information city, electronic city. There are many enterprises located inside, and all of them contributing to the fast development of E-Town. Here we have smart management, restoration of ecosystem. So it's like an information technology city located inside the park.